Alright, hello everyone. Welcome back, Taste Attorney. We're going to resolve the case of our friend William Shamspeare and his many allegations. Soap eater, gas embezzler, pipe sucker. Actually, that last one. Apologies. We have to change how we describe that last one there, because according to Twitch, sucker is a very, very naughty word, and you should not be saying it. On the other hand, what you should be saying and calling this is pipe deep throater. According to Twitch, that is the acceptable nomenclature for such a horrible crime. Don't ask why, because I deliberately, so when I was making the live notification for this, I deliberately chose sucker in an attempt, in an assumption, to get around Twitch's censoring policies when it comes to notifications, both in the title and when you go live. And it turns out that was the wrong choice. Should have just stuck with deep throw in the first place, because Twitch is perfectly fine with that term, but sucker is where they have problems. I don't know why. That's a very normal word and is used in many situations. But nope, we gotta call it what it is. Man's deep throating pipes. Or apparently anyways. I still don't really know why we're accusing this man. Like, from a Doyleist perspective here, yeah, okay, makes sense that we're accusing him. From a Watsonian perspective, do we even have a reason why this man is trying to, like, kill our client? Because I was, like, thinking about that before stream, and it's like, did we establish motive? I don't think we did. Like, all the evidence is pointing towards it, but I feel like we're just accusing this man because we need someone to accuse, and nothing more. Maybe that'll be part of the plot at some point, but it feels like we're just arbitrarily accusing this guy. It's like this was set up for gameplay purposes and not, like, story reason. Like, usually there must have been something and I just completely forgot, but I feel it's kind of weird that it hasn't been more prominent beyond just like, no, man was like totally trying to kill my client, dude. I swear. Okay, my client was innocent. It's gotta be the other way around. There's no other explanation. Although we did introduce Olive Green, so maybe she's the real perpetrator of this whole thing. She's gonna be showing up in court today as we finish this off. I don't know how long this third section actually is. But this case was kind of awkward because it's like split into 5 chapters, whereas most of them are usually split into like 4 or 6 or something like that. Or if it is an odd amount, it's like really short chapter and then like a normal length chapter, so it's not as bad. But just the way we did it last stream, it kind of made it a little strange. So we're probably going to end up starting case 3 today as well, because I doubt it's going to be that long. But anyways, let's get into this, the case of the pipe deep throater, so we can get around Twitch's content policy here. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks!
Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you.
I mean, we kind of got him off the hook, but I don't think we got him completely off the hook last time. I mean, he's still here. Lord Van Zeeks is still adamant that he somehow did it for some reason. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. Now, finally, at long last, there could be proof. Yeah, proof this man sucks pipe. That I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. Okay, that we did prove. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Herlock Sholmes! May you drink tepid tea and fall forever silent. Hey, don't be saying that in court here. They'll hear you. You don't need any more allegations against him, okay? I thought the tea was innocent.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful.
Please, save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Nearly time. I would consider that morning, thank you very much. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not?
Oh, yes.
And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Very eye-opening, yes.
Oh, yes.
Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink at all last night. And the results? Well, by first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. I feel like someone probably already did that experiment. Ah, yes. And one more thing. Do you remember this? Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task as the bottle was nearly empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contains strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. So yeah, because of this one bottle, this circumstantial evidence, this is why we accuse Miss Green, which seems really flimsy and kind of arbitrary to me. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that we've done arbitrary accusations in the series, but this one's definitely up there as questionable. I am reminded of the circus case from Game 2 a little bit on this one. That's not a good thing. Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it. Excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. I, don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. Look in your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
Do you have the results, Inspector? Or of the investigation of Mr. Shakespeare's room?
Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shakespeare's room?
A man by the name of... Oh yes, Selden.
I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that... well, it caught my eye.
Something caught your eye? What, Inspector?
I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves.
Thank you.
Scotland Yard's file about the convicted criminal Selden includes a newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison.
These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shakespeare's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information.
Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled the proper fashion.
Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful.
Indeed, my dear fellows. And the inspector here is the shining diamond in its crown. Shining diamond. In the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Is this potential we have anything to do with the guilt that gets unveiled in last game's case 5? Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way to the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all, certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears, personally. So, the best of luck to you. Local student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Yes, Mr. Natsume? It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspear. This is going to be the final battle. But who's going to be guilty? There can only be one. Actually, no. There's been multiple before. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. So I guess the big question here is why, well, I guess we don't know if there was actually poison on the pipe, but assuming there was, the question being, why was there poison on the pipe? How did someone know this man was going to be sucking on it that night?
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. For the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the Honorable British Prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zakes, is this new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shamspear, my liege. For mine occupation, I can only say that I be a tragic victim, to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words.
Olive Green, a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
Also currently unemployed, in other words.
What a courtier.
Mr. Shamspear. My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you.
I would for naught else, my lord.
And Miss Green?
Yes?
You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And, do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Okay, well that's gonna be an easy thing to disprove. Actually, no it's not, because we're gonna need evidence. Unfortunately, we saw him there, but that doesn't count.
Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage. Very well. Let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange. Very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely even got to the East End anyway. It so happens I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. Well, on that night that the man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Gerdib household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
Oh was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion. What other irrelevant things must I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Your energies may be better spent worrying about some random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green.
At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no. The incident 6 days ago? You mean... you want me to relive that awful accident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare.
But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February.
It was 6 days ago. At about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I suddenly was stabbed in the back. Well, coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. What little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
It's a good turn out she, like, works for the gas company or something. That's my guess, is she's actually, like, a second employee. Because notice how she didn't say that she was... She didn't make it clear that she was unemployed. That's just what we assume, because that's the easy thing to assume after what he established. It was very obvious that man was unemployed. But I feel like with her, she was beating around the bush.
Yes, the second incident inside of weeks at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume that this is a most unfortunate coincidence.
Meanwhile, you say you were not in the room, Mr. Shamspeare?
'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion that did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine.
When Soseki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. That's true. It does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish.
Yes, my lord. So maybe not a contradiction necessarily, but just something to prove their connection. I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit already arrested.
Yes, as the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening. Should now be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day, for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though?
What do you mean?
Well, the art school you attend, what's it called?
Yes, it's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the Underground.
I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End?
Well, it's because, oh, yes, of course, I thought it might make a nice picture.
As a witness is a student of art, city-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right, I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term.
But the point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
She's trying to hide why she was there that evening. It must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamsphere, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing?
'Twould be my pleasure, sire.
A tavern, you say? Which one?
'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I fear.
What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks?
As the Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room.
It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water, in different levels of cloudiness.
But do they have bread and water stew? That's the real question here.
I would have expected Grab's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather soupy water and pea like mush.
All equally appetizing. So one sells peas, the other one just has bread and water. I feel like the pea one might be, I would agree, is the better establishment.
I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that?
How different can water really be?
Or perhaps there's more plausible explanation. A specific reason why you had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed. The fact that on the day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, yeah, it does stand out. Wasn't this like brought up earlier in this case, like on day 1 or something? Like he was out at a pub, and we just never followed up on it? So Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. I mean, there's the new evidence we got. What's all in that anyways? Oh, this is about Selden, right? 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Damn. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. Final moments witnessed only by cellmate. That's not suspicious. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Manchester's Strangeways Prison announced the death of the convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He's been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. That's the only new evidence we really have here. I mean, was he meeting with like this guy somehow? Possibly? Was he giving her the poison? I mean, there's a lot of theories here, but I feel like we don't have anything concrete at the moment. Not that, you know, we're seemingly against accusing him of random accusations. Was his cellmate her partner? I thought her partner was dead though. Wasn't? Where's the people? Is he in here somewhere? Yeah, there he is. No, this guy, you mean? He died like a month ago. I don't think he was in. Was he? Wait, they had gas poisoning though. Wasn't he like in his? I don't think he was in jail, was he? I mean, I guess we don't really know where he was. No, he was like in... when was this picture taken? I don't remember if we established that, but he was the one that lived in the apartment. And the reason that apartment was empty is because he died. So no, I don't think he was in jail. What, you think it was like a revenge plot? I mean, given the circumstances, it seems a little out there. I wish we did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment.
We find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamspear went there. We must present it to the court.
Yes, absolutely.
If that is all of this matter, Counsel, I would ask Miss Queen to reiterate her next statement.
Could he be the cellmate of the guy in Folder? Oh, you mean Shamspear? I guess he could. Yeah, we don't know what kind of crimes he was committing. I guess I wouldn't put it past him. I'm trying to think like why he would be in jail and why he would have gone out. Short of, you know, escaping.
Hold it!
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
It was nothing really. It's not worth mentioning.
Yeah, it's definitely worth mentioning. You put it in your testimony. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital.
Oh,
It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green. What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, "I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross." Yeah, so she's like being blackmailed or something here.
Excuse me.
Okay, yeah, this guy's clearly a part of this. Mr. Shamspear, do you have something you wish to share with court?
To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's word springeth from within me with ne'er thought.
Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps?
Well, nay, sire. 'Twas nothing at all.
Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean? Well, after all, you were both lodgers in the same house.
I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me.
So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Yeah, so he was already in the apartment by the time Duncan Ross died. Now, it seems, you know, like an easy assumption that this man probably killed him. There's a very good chance of that.
Miss Green,
me, my lord. Have I done something wrong?
the card that was mentioned before, containing the note, do you have it upon your person?
I do, yes. But I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Uh-oh. I see something new in there that makes this very suspicious.
Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please.
Hang on there for a second. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspear and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross. Well, I think there's a little more than that links them together.
Now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Hang on here, we gotta do some light investigation here before we press that last statement. Do we want to investigate this first? Probably. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah,
What is it?
well, the way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen that exact same shape somewhere else.
Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up.
They go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card.
Oh, we can't actually look at the note. It's nothing new. The envelope that contained the note to Miss Green and the torn off end we found fit together perfectly.
Yes, there's no question they're from the same letter, but
That means something doesn't quite add up here, does it? Anyways, back to pressing.
Hold it!
Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours.
exactly. So how could I have anything to do with it? And yet you still haul me in here to court like this. Honestly.
So it's the time of the poisonings, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you?
And yet, in spite of that, you claim I was the culprit.
Well,
But you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all.
There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my learned Nipponese friend. I'm working on it.
Counsel, I will point out here that the jury's next decision will be final.
We're really up against the wall here. That's fine, I'm sure it'll be in our favor once he sees this evidence.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamspear wonderfully there.
That's worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere.
Well, as you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. Okay, which statement was that we were looking for here? Was it the middle one? This one, I think. I think this is the one where they propose the question. Isn't it? Or is it the next one? No, it's this one. Yeah, present evidence. We want... I think this is what we want. He dined at a place where normally does stand out. There was a specific reason why he had to go to establish Mr. Shamspear's own actions on Dave the Instant 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I mean, the new evidence we got here being the letter being put in here. So this was, we found, yeah, because we found this piece of envelope in Shamspear's apartment, implying that he probably actually was the one with this note. How it ended up in Green's hands, I don't know. But this did say, can we read the note again? Or is that just not part of this evidence? No, they just talk about the envelope. I still think this is the right thing to be presenting here. Mr. Shamspear.
Yes, sire.
On the day in question, is it not the case that you visit the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason?
I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest.
Very well. I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day. Namely...
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer.
Good lord! Miss Green's card, you mean?
That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspear, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Well, personally, I find it hard to believe that that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear?
Well,
Excuse me, could I say something?
Yes, Miss Green?
That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this old man, does it?
Well, you'd think so, yes. But it's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well then. You may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note.
Yeah, please tell us about this card here. We didn't even get to the part where we show him the bit that we found in his apartment.
This note was delivered to me at my address. It has nothing to do with the old man next to me here.
Hold it!
Okay, now we gotta present the scrap of an envelope. I think you said you received it the day before the incident, didn't you?
Yes, that's right.
There appears to be no indication of the sender's name or address on the envelope.
It was in my letterbox, and that's all I know, I'm afraid. I have no idea who sent it.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Who is this Duncan Ross, please?
A friend of mine. He attended the same art school as I do. He passed away in a tragic accident a month ago now. I wasn't sure what to make of that note, to be honest. But at the end I decided to go.
So you found out what the information was?
Of course I didn't. You're not thinking straight.
First on her face there, she was stabbed in the back. As my learned friend hopefully remembers.
Oh, yeah, of course. She never made it to the meeting. Wait, where? Do we have that map still, right? Oh, it doesn't show where the tavern is. Okay. I just want to make sure she was, like, walking the right direction or something. Oops. Okay, now we want to yell out an objection. I was looking at my address, nothing to do, bullshit.
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address, and upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Well, where did you find that?
Now that's the neat part, isn't it? In Mr. Shamspeare's room.
In my room?
Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere?
Well,
Your actions that afternoon followed the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green,
What did I do?
well, as this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
Oh, I don't have the first idea. I was just a fledgling artist after all.
There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it. You know, I mean, as long as we assume that the note was not open, according to, like, in her mailbox, or at least as she says. I mean, if the note in the mailbox was already open, then I mean, it's possible someone re-delivered it, but...
you did. Sorry, the house has what? I mean, thou were in my room.
Oh shit, he's breaking character.
What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both the witnesses need to testify again.
Miss Green,
Yes.
whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes. I know.
Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
I mean, how far do you want to dig this hole, Miss Green? Insisting you receive this note that was definitely opened in Shamspeare's room.
I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, pre-adventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished.
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into his man's room, did you? Why would I?
I mean, that is a good question. Why would you?
I could point out the villain here. And as for that torn-off piece of envelope, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, there just happens to be a second piece of green envelope that just happens to perfectly match this envelope.
You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspeare?
Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have it set upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, it is clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie.
Oh, they don't now, do they?
No, it was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know the lie around here is.
Well, if that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamspeare's room.
I don't see why I should explain.
Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
The fledgling will do his best.
Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth.
Well, counsel?
I'm ready, my lord.
Very well then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspeare's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. And it's not a pretty one. So why was she in there, and what did she end up doing to drop part of that note?
Hold it!
If she supposedly had it in the first place. Which, you know, it would make more sense that the note was delivered to her and not Shamspeare. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all?
Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily, it is impenetrable.
But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. Well, in effect, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you?
Alack, if the choices be twixt, I knew him, and I knew him not. Then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted.
But despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably, that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature.
Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated.
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared.
Well, yes, sire. Tis as thou sayest.
Really? You paused for a moment before you answered.
Well, in truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall.
Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all?
I was not alone that night in the Slug and Sound, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions.
Oh, I see where this is going. The technicality, you know, him being in a public establishment. What do you mean?
Flies, sire. Flies.
Actually was not expecting that.
Good lord! In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me?
I think they were just flies.
I can't help but thinking the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me?
Wow. Don't let him hear that.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing?
Oh, such idle thoughts never occupied my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room.
Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval.
Such idle thoughts never occupied my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
And yet during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's room.
Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
You have so far failed to give us a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madame. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me.
What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at?
Hold it!
Well, it seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago.
Oh, does it?
But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way,
Any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing.
What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though?
Oh, yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo.
I mean, obviously, but what? Yeah, the poisoning of the pipe? Sure, why? We're close now. I can feel it. So close to a breakthrough.
Hold it!
So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? Whoa, don't ask such leading questions.
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters.
introverted? Fie! This fledgling doth readily cast aspirations about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman?
Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me could see you're just a failure.
Tragedy. Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days, oh, the years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain.
Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine.
I'm not a Shakespearean actor, Mr. Sato. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence.
It's evidence, yes. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shamspeare's room, isn't it? That's where she found this letter.
Yes, two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion.
Terrifying?
Yes, I'm afraid to say. That the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. Okay, so nothing new here. Note was delivered to him a week ago, okay? On the day in the note, he went to the tavern, but nobody was there. After the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean, you think I snuck into this man's room, why would I? Do we go the poison route despite it being heavily unproven? Torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about. Okay, both of these are statements that could be refuted. The poison seems the more obvious one. We just presented this, so we're just going to be talking in circles if I do that again. Interesting that we can't see the... Wasn't the piece of note, like, within the shot of this camera? This was the picture given to us by Scotland Yard. Like, wasn't the scrap of envelope, like, right down there by the mannequin? I feel like it should have been in a shot, but I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it. That's just the handprints, we don't care about that. I guess we can examine the bottle. So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here. Look.
You must be tempted to try it.
Of course not, as long as we don't lose this trial. Hold up.
No, even if we lose the trial. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo.
That is a very loaded sentence, especially with that pause. Make your mind up, Susato-san. Nothing inside the ball, it's just the bottom. I feel like we should go down this route. You think I stuck into this man's room? Why would I? Let's try it.
Objection!
We're just gonna we're just popping the question right now. There's like no reason for this, I feel, but I mean, she did have the poison. It's the whole reason we brought her here. Now's the time. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilled during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Sholmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? This is the very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare. Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason, and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. It's a very elaborate plan to kill him, which makes me feel like she was instructed to do so by someone else, because there's way easier ways to poison someone. Can this be? You broke into my room to... May seem incredible to the court, but from the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, dearie me.
She's gonna go unconscious again. She wasn't painting anything on that portrait this entire time. She was just pretending to paint. No wonder she sucks as ours. She's not even tried.
Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill?
Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts.
But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to that pipe that very evening as expected, well, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely.
Well, maybe he just did. Maybe he just didn't feel like, you know, sucking pipe that day. Maybe he just had some other plans, and then, you know, 6 days later he just got real itching to send it down his throat, yeah. Really get in there. Well, that's a very good point.
Perhaps not, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time.
But wasn't she then, you know, unconscious in the hospital after that night?
Lord Van Zeeks. And of course, the following morning, there was more activity in Mr. Shamspeare's address.
More activity? Oh, yeah. You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder?
That's right. And then, the defense has already proposed. Mr. Shamspeare is meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove from Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
But once Mr. Natsume has been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. When the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe.
His intended victim being in a prison cell. This is the need to temper with the gas removed as the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
Well, that would definitely make sense. I still feel like it's not very clear why Shamspeare wants to kill Setsume or Soseki-san. Because I can't remember. Did we establish motive between the two of them?
And then 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right. Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end.
The trial in which the man who stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted.
That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. She could apply the poison ahead of time and then the suck pipe after we dealt with... Yeah, so it seems like there was good reason for the delay. I just don't remember if there was, like... Beyond the LARP? No, yeah, okay. So, the LARP that happened after his whole case went down. So, if the intent was to poison him, was to set a trap on the pipe, implies that he had reason to kill Soseki before their LARP session. And he wasn't able to follow through with his plan to kill him through the gas until afterwards. So the LARPing has nothing to do with his intent to kill. So we don't know why he would want to kill him. Like, that was something I feel like that came out of thin air. That was just an accusation we made, and possibly, I don't remember exactly the circumstances, but likely in a desperate attempt to continue the trial, if anything else. Just to throw anything out there to get rid of, to redirect suspicion, which seems a little cheap, if you ask me. Like, it feels like we're putting the cart before the horse here in terms of the way the story's being told. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room for some 4 days earlier. But maybe it'll all make sense in the end. Just seems a little weird that we're accusing this man without any reason to accuse him. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan.
What plan?
The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for these instructions are now clear.
To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time.
Make sure I wasn't home?
Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed.
You mean to say that letter...
Was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. So she went to his apartment, smeared the gas pipe with poison, and then as she was leaving, that was when she was stabbed, right?
Order? Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me?
I think the better question here is why did you have the intent of sucking the pipe and trying to kill the man upstairs? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. And like, why did she want to smear the pipe? Like, again, there's easier ways to kill a man. She had to have known that this guy was going to blow in the pipe at some point. Because that's such an awkward thing. Nobody does that for fun. So, that's what's behind all this?
You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Okay, so are we going revenge? Because that would make sense. He died from gas poisoning. Shamspear already lived in the apartment during that time. She would have known about this. It's got to be revenge. My other theory here is that she's working for these two. Because they also seem to have a penchant for wanting to kill this man. For stealing gas. So maybe they know about one of his schemes, but it didn't seem like they knew about him blowing on the pipe. It seems much more likely this is the reason that she snuck in there. It's just a classic revenge plot.
Take that!
Duncan Ross.
That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garridib's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross.
I knew I'd heard that name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. But does ring a vague... of course, yes. I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse, or some such.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind. Nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspear blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. But why? Does this man just, like, hate anyone living above him? Like, because he's now attempted to kill the person living on the second floor twice.
Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses. Curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him.
You mean you... Duncan was...
Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé.
Fiancé?
You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspear. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Mary?
Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspear, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? So, maybe she knew this guy, like, how he killed her, or how Shamspear killed her fiancé by blowing into the pipe? I mean, I guess she would have if it was in the paper or something. But then why would she think he was going to do it again?
This is This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder?
Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gases that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Why would Mr. Shamsbury have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? Okay, good. I'm not crazy. We have not established motive yet. We were just accusing this man for no reason. Why? That's so weird. That seems to be a common thing with Naruhodo. It's like he just goes around accusing all willy-nilly. At least Phoenix Wright had reason to accuse people because the motive was easy to establish. Like, he would accuse them, like, that person did it, here's why, and how they could have done it. Whereas he's like, nah, that man did, he's totally guilty. It had to be him. We can figure out the details later. You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Yes, that's right, my Reaper, my liege. Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies. I deny every utterance.
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green.
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason?
Oh, I thought I'd have a look around, that's all.
Oh yeah, just break into someone's house and just have a look around. Sorry?
You're right, I suspected him. So I thought, oh, perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of woman. But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock.
That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different.
I don't know, we had one hell of a time trying to break into his room on the day of the investigation.
Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire.
Oh awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman. We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found. What evidence your search revealed?
Well, I spotted the note I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Yes, we also discovered that hiding place.
Inside we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Oh, yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
So, are you admitting to theft then? Well, there was something inside it.
Yes. This rather nice key.
And what is that key? What are you doing with that? What the?
Every ounce of color streamed from his face.
Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it. What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it. No, What's all this about? He inherited that key?
It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it. So I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back this minute. Give it to me.
Calm yourself, witness.
So, Mr. Shamsbury's tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. Well, it's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspear, at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. Even Rinosuke admits to accusing willy-nilly and not having any evidence at first. He's probably super relieved that this key came up because he wasn't sure how this was gonna go. What? I don't know how I feel about that. It just feels like a poor excuse for, like, shoddy storytelling, if you ask me. Randomly accusing people like, oh, phew, thank God that worked out. Phoenix, like, appears to be like that, but Phoenix actually gives reason. There's logic first and then the accusation second. This is accusation first, logic second. I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. I don't know, maybe it's just a different approach. Just feels off.
In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say you can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspear's alleged crimes?
Motivation for Mr. Shamspear's alleged crimes. Didn't we find, like, I mean, the newspaper clipping was in there, right? It's got to be related to this, hey?
Take that!
Yeah. It's key evidence. Yeah, unfortunately, if only we got that key evidence earlier. Curious what it opens, though. I don't... It's not what happened to be the key that opens the lock, or the lock on the gas meter, would it? Maybe that's a little too mundane, but it's the only lock I can think of that we haven't been able to open.
Well, that's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file? How did you get a hold of that?
Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant, Mr. Natsume, have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we know this, certainly.
A room that was formerly occupied by Selden, until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries.
I see.
And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. That's some £1,000 worth of loot that he stole. Which as yet remains to be found.
Ah, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here.
£1,000 lost en route to hell. That was how the paper summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. Well, it's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in.
Oh, you mean this key is...
Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not?
What are you talking about? Tis a false charge, I tell you. A false charge.
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. I mean, if it's like... Would it really prove anything? Like, what if Shamspear is a false name? We had this in the last game. The name was wrong.
But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings?
Unless that's where the loot is hidden. There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. See, if we establish this first, and then we accuse him of double murder, I wouldn't have a problem with this whole thing. We just need to do this, like, chapter backwards, and I think we would have been fine.
So, it all comes out.
Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Gerard's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice. He did ask for that specifically when we talked to Gerardov. He was very adamant on getting that room, because Selden's old room had already been let to someone else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Now, I guess one could argue, if we, you know, read between the lines of some of the things we've read, it might not feel that out of place to be accusing this man right away, but that requires you to do a lot of, like, deduction of self-deduction without the game, like, even in a game that, like, is very adamant on you doing things in the right order. For this plot to, like, not feel weird, you have to do a lot of self-deduction. Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less.
So you decided to use deploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to out Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. You. Looks like
I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspear.
So what was he in jail for? Stealing gas? It's mine. What did you just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Mr. Shamspear. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I am the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me. For the time being, anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it. And I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through.
But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo.
There is a way.
Pardon?
There's one way I can finish him.
No.
He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first.
A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed.
Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly.
final piece in the complex puzzle. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. My lord.
Yes, Counsel?
The Defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we've already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. The last chance. So it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already. It definitely paid off then.
Very well then, Counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hull?
I'm gonna say we present this.
Take that!
It's the only thing that represents it in here.
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamsphere's handprints on the wall of his lodgings.
That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamsphere. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title? His Herlock Sholmes himself!
What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy backstreets of the capital, are they not?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long, and I see your complexion has worsened since we last met.
Mr. Sholmes! He does know Lord Van Ziegsten. Well, not to say something like that in any case.
Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord. Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. What's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities?
Even he knows how ridiculous they are.
You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. Well, in your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So, now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time?
Well, thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that is hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? Could we use the key, or has the key been sullied by green too much? Also, how's it going, Crafter? That's what I'm thinking too, Duck. It's got to be the key, but I'm worried that that's going to... Like, she's been mucking up that key. Are we going to be able to get a good enough sample off of it? I guess we could try. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot, and something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reason appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution?
Take that!
Miss Green.
Me? What do you want with me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry?
Will that key belong to Selden? There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use.
Very true.
That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent.
Mr. Shamsphere, as one great to another, I assure you.
If the late convict's hull is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspear, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No, give the key to me. The detective shan't have it.
It's over, Mr. Shamspear.
No. No!
You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt.
Oh, shameful spear, despair. Be thy name.
Oh, fuck.
I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all.
So you'd have time to find a convict's haul of stolen goods.
Yet after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room.
I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused.
Why?
I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing.
Mr. Garrett really has had a lot to put up with.
And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease.
Poor Mr. Natsume. What unfortunate timing.
Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance. But it wasn't to be.
No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books.
I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot.
Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shamspear. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you in your case. It's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
As long as she understands that she's just as guilty. Kind of unfortunate we didn't see a breakdown with her. But I mean, she's probably next year.
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supplies in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes. The stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. Well, they say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then. Was that important to you? I'll start looking for a new place. There's spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before I told our parents, remember? Well, that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, you fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen. I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school. But something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him. I sat myself down next to him. We had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there was trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas, and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like, I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse?
Man, she should have gave up being an artist and became a detective instead. She has this all figured out.
Well, then I remembered. A rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Ah, you mean...
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. That just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, I wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this, at one of the black markets in the East End.
A black market?
Well, I've never been. I just heard people talking about them. And you really can buy anything you can think of there. Well, in some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I wanted to find out, one way or another, was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder?
And the chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected of the man tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shamspeare was innocent, nothing would come of what you done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare, and then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Well, if he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough that he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away, so I smeared a good amount of the poison I bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, and that the culprit would get his just desserts.
Wait, she didn't say desserts, she said deserts. There's only one S in there.
"3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward.
Yes, my lord.
I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you.
Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green,
Yes, my lord.
you will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present.
So wait, she's getting a sentence, but William just gets another trial? Did we not like sufficiently prove both of them being guilty? Like, they both admitted to their crimes, no?
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from...
That child determines severity of his punishment, I guess. That's fair. Okay. I can live with that. I mean, in my eyes, murder is murder, but you're right. I guess it's like, how direct was the murder? Necessarily. Sure. Nah, I can go with that. Preventing your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle?
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. Well, that's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of you being here, Miss Green.
Oh,
And I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspear didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Yeah, you're only going away for attempted murder. That's like way better than murder.
because of you, I chose life, not death. And now, you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Yes, my lord.
The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We're in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant
It's still insane that they're setting off fireworks inside a building. How has that not killed anyone yet?
court is adjourned.
Time to deport the Japanese man. I don't think he got deported. He was like scared shitless after getting accused twice in the say 1 week. Anyone would want to go back home.
Oh, yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done. Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache.
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, once again, you've saved me from doom.
I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days.
I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only then, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
But a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did. And I've seen more of life in this week than all of my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. Dan, how's it looking? My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences.
Yeah, everyone's just a little bit racist after all.
Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live.
Well said. I come to feel the same way.
I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan.
What?
Oh, just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own.
Can't be racist if you hate them all equally. True.
A novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my. So you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? How wonderful.
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious. From a battle with the Reaper. That's very true.
And there's no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper's the prosecutor.
The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
Didn't, like, someone apparently die to the Reaper shenanigans while they were trying to escape the country?
Oh my goodness, yes. Faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure.
But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it.
And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Sasaki-san did indeed return to Japan, and submit a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well, on the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial, on the following day, the day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Ooh, what was the loot then? I too would love to read the works of a Mr. Soseki Natsume. Yeah. I wonder what he wrote about. I hope it's about a cat. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes?
As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson?
Grexy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorously might be closer to the truth.
So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling.
And what's in it? What exactly is the loot?
Well, let us look then. If you're ready, let's examine the late burglar's hall.
What is that? I can see how that could be worth £1,000. Looks pretty fancy. Maybe you might want to clean up the blood though.
Looks to be some sort of neckband or collar.
Collar? It's huge though.
It And look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why this was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt.
Wait, how big of a collar are we talking here?
Oh, have you noticed the inside there? There's some dark stains.
You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
What second thoughts? Perhaps I won't have it as a belt. And of course there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown.
What does it signify, you think?
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? Well, it could be valuable evidence after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Oh, yes. Get your grubby hands off there, you lot, and hand it over, now. It's the Hound of Baskerville? Oh shit, you're right. That's gotta be it. But it can't be a dog collar. Like they said, did you see how big they described it as? Iris was going to use it as a belt. How big of a dog neck would you need to be the equivalent to like a human child's waist? It's insane. I'm talking like Cerberus size here. Never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me. At least, not once I'd noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood? What else could they have been? A fucking strawberry Kool-Aid?
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? Oh, but it's all buttoned up now.
You look very pleased, Iris.
Oh yeah, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
You're talking about the latest installment of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume. Did they, like, misspell installment? Isn't there 2 L's in installment? I don't think you drop an L.
Mystery of the Knife in the Mist, and the Mustache Man in the Convict's Curse, perhaps. One could make it a 2-part story.
Oh, that'll get people to buy.
Oh, I can't wait.
Split into 2 months. You have your content for a while.
A word, please, Iris.
Yes, what is it, Hody?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It is out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your 2 titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Again, something B-related comes up and he's like, no.
Yes.
And so it was that the second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Oh, finally. We've been teased about this thing since the start of the last game. Are we finally going to get to attend the exhibition? Alright, well, we're going to definitely start this case. Because today's going to be a bit of an awkward transition. Don't usually do 2 different cases in one stream. The Return of the Great Departed Soul. Yo, we getting some spirit mediums in here? Doubt it. That's a fancy gun.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Wait, Hyde Park? Oh wait, wasn't that the park from last one? Are we gonna begin something a little more sinister?
The showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment. Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will
feel like
see
they didn't
steam
have
engines and electrical power dominate the
microphones
world.
like this in like 1890. Like they had recording, but like it wasn't like this.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Should that thing safe?
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
Alright, that's killing someone.
Whereupon his
Calling
body
it
will
now.
be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Who's gonna die here? I mean, I don't know. Maybe the guy who's about to get teleported, probably? Yeah, this man. This man's dead. This guy, this wacky scientist dude just announced he was gonna kill a man live.
In but a few moments from now,
How is he gonna be innocent?
this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air.
Also, why is the ribbon like covered in something red, reddish black at the bottom there? Looks like it's covered in blood. Like, did he already kill a man?
To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you.
That tower is following. Like, he's gonna shoot it and it's getting exploded. Now, either he dies or he incidentally gets sent like 400 years into the past and goes on a wacky time travel adventure with a robot and a talking frog. I think it's the former, though. Just a hunch.
No, are you listening?
Oh, sorry, what was that, Iris?
What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast?
No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again?
Today's paper. It's full of news about the Great Exhibition again.
Oh, yeah, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime.
You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Huh? Did you say something, Iris?
Oh gosh, you're even more down.
When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo?
I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I, thought you might have known I was here. You know, because... breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim, so much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes. For example, your tousled hair this morning, with all its unruly spikes. Clearly, it can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair has always looked like this. Always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. Which just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Thanks again. Crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now.
6 months?
Well, since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned.
Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Did you say something, Iris? Ah, back to moping. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me.
No, and the great exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together?
I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because, well, I'm a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from, is that it?
I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley.
I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Did they establish why we were banned? Because we... It was in the case... It was because of our actions in Case 5 of the last game. It wasn't... It wasn't that we presented false evidence to the same degree that, like, you know, Phoenix was accused of in Apollo Justice. But it was something to that degree. I can't remember the exact details. It was a little more complicated than that. But it had something to do with, like, what we sort of lied in court, kind of, and I don't mean that, like, facetiously. Like, it was like it was a really weird thing. I can't remember exactly what happened, but I remember it was like we kind of lied, we kind of didn't. But maybe we're about to get an explanation. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. Yeah, I think the part of the reason was, like, we sort of unraveled a scheme that nobody higher up wanted us to know about. They were just like, we need to shut this man up. I have a feeling, though, she's probably going to be coming back, though. During the course of the trial, it was all found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, unforgivable mistake. Yeah, it wasn't on purpose, it was kind of an accident, but we were sort of put into a corner.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. Oh, I remember what it was. I think we told her to, like, withhold information or something to that degree, and then we revealed that information later, knowing full well that it was lying through admission is basically what it was. But it's not like we did it on purpose. In the end, I have my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I have to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. Well, at least it wasn't disbarred. I guess you can't really disbar someone who never took the bar in the first place.
You have, haven't you, Bruno? reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Sherlock's old cases.
Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall.
Lord Strongheart?
Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow.
He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I don't think it wasn't Susato that was it Susato that was hiding things? I thought it was our client that was hiding things. What's her name? The other girl that we were defending. I thought we like told her not to say things, but maybe it was oh right, it was Susato, because yeah, she was the one that set it all up. No, Susato had her own guilt because she was the one that like planted evidence, but I don't think that was the reason Minosuke got banned. I think that was because of something we did in court on our own. I remember, I thought it was like we told her not to, our client not to say anything, and then later on we had to reveal the information we said not to say. So it was like we were admitting to lying through admission. But it wasn't, we didn't want to ever have to say it. But unfortunately, the way the case went was we ended up having to reveal it after all, which put us in a bad spot. Came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it?
The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of arts and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching.
You know, it just occurred to me, we had all that voice-acted, like, intro. Why wasn't that, like, an animated cutscene? Don't we usually get the CG cutscenes for, like, the starts of these cases? When they're voice-acted? I'm surprised that was, like, in-engine with 3D.
Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons.
Look down on... Do you mean those things... fly? Preposterous.
Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? Makes no sense. Can't understand it at all.
That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries, and most people can't understand them at first. Oh, but in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge.
I suppose they might be.
Mind you, some of the science behind being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it though. I'd love to see how bad some of those scammed experiments really are.
Says the innocent 10-year-old girl.
See here. Every page of this paper carries some article or other about the great exhibition. Ah, but the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere.
Shadows cast behind. Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Okay, we'll check that in a bit. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, you could say that, I suppose.
Nothing more to add. That's not like you. What sort of case is it?
Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening.
Yeah, Iris. I guarantee it's Iris that's the problem.
Acting very strangely, Hurry.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated the case is, the better Hurley's mood. Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please. You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions.
You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes.
Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene.
That was a deep sigh. Yeah, let's check the court record here. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, culture exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. You must all go see it properly before too long. So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what?
What's the matter, Reno?
The Reaper attacked?
That's Lord Van Zeeks.
Well, this must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know anymore, I wonder? Oh shit. Is Zeke's dead? Are they common knowledge? I mean, what, you don't know how a hot air balloon flies? It is an interesting thing to think about, though. Like, you think about some of the things people research nowadays. It's curious to see, like, how people solve them in such a way that, like, everyone knows about them, like, 100 years from now. That's what it all comes down to. It's like, at first they have to make it complicated, and then what really happens is they learn how to simplify it and find a succinct way to explain things. It's because the scientists themselves don't fully understand it either. That's why they do experiments and they do research, and then they eventually come to a conclusion that is digestible for everyone. It's the whole point. Zeeks can't be dead. Who would be your opponent in court? I don't know. Sholmes. Put him in court. Make him the prosecutor. Still expect that to happen at some point. Mr. Sholmes, about this.
My dear fellow, without wishing to sound rude, I'm currently in the middle of a very important blink. Perhaps some other more convenient time,
Oh, was it just a question that appears in the questions menu? I thought we had to present it first. Is there a time set for your important blinks, or are they all an all-day affair? Just so I know. Guess we have to just converse. There it is. Kind of weird that you don't have to present, but whatever. Well, it says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible.
You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact.
Yes, Prosecutor Baroque Van Zeeks. Wait, the B, is it his? I forgot what his first name was, because we never say it. It's never written anywhere. It's never mentioned. That's his collar belt thing, right? It has to be. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short.
London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal in trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, I have seen the Reaper's retribution at work.
Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital is a never-ending supply of such scoundrels.
So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time?
He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time.
Oh my goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zeeks hurt?
My dear fellow, how on earth would I know?
Is that why you were fretting over him?
Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zeeks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition.
Wow, okay. Way to withhold information. So much for the news being, like, about the news. You know, at least say, like, investigation ongoing. We will tell more when more information is revealed or something like that. Don't make it sound like you're deliberately withholding the information.
Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then.
No, I can't wait till tomorrow.
In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know.
But who?
Lord Strongheart, perhaps? Well, I must be leaving now.
Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes.
You really are a shamless liar sometimes, my dear fellow.
What?
You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time.
Thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going.
Well then, see you later indeed.
Listen to him. Still laughing on his way out of the door. What the hell's this get up?
Alright then, Juno, let's get going.
Oh, Iris, what are you wearing?
I've got changed to go to the Great Exhibition. You're going to take me.
What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court.
Oh, well that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then.
I don't like you pointing that thing at me. Seems a little threatening. Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you?
Of course. And after the Supreme Court, then we'll go see the Great Exhibition.
Alright, let's go to Supreme Court then. You know, it's the talk of the town after all. All the children are wanting to go there these days. Clearly. The new hotness. Is gonna go beg this guy to get our job back. Been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change. Like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. You can't just be lying around in Supreme Court! What the fuck? That doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there.
Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Of course. I was forgetting that you've been here before. Time we came here 6 months ago. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan.
Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me.
Oh, Lord Strongheart. I trust you've been keeping well?
Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies.
Oh, no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. Yeah, you do it a lot in court.
Good to know.
Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status. Probably one of the most suspicious characters in the game.
As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium.
Oh, I've not heard about that.
Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation,
I have much to do. And it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it.
Well, it's nice to know where I stand.
So, you wish to consult with me? Of course. I can very well imagine what this is about.
Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind, as it happens.
Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it.
I actually came here today to ask for your permission.
Go on.
6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened. But the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend someone under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes? Here it comes.
I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never intended your intended role.
Well, that's true. Japanese government actually sent my best friend on this study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. That tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't let it leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him.
His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling?
Sorry?
The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was?
What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense.
Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions.
Do you mean...
As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's wonderful news, Bruno.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope.
Of course. Please, tell me more. You described it as a curious affair?
Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday?
Oh, no.
Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How was it described? It's super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis, as in moving things with a click of the fingers?
That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil may care.
Whatever this serious accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. You know, I'm a little disappointed that it wasn't like him trying to make a time machine or something. Maybe that would have been too hard to put into a case. Also considering that the series already did that sort of thing, but I don't, you know, we have H.G. Wells, prominent British 19th century author of science fiction. Could have been a great opportunity to get him involved in the series. Maybe he still is. But you know, he's most well known for his book about time travel. Among a couple other things, but the time travel is the big one. Surely, as far as I am aware, nothing to do with instantaneous teleportation.
It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. Soon, Mr. Odie Asman, an investor and a well-known figure in society.
A large explosion?
The man died?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrayne. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow on the charge of murder.
What, murder?
If you intend to take his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation.
Great exhibition. Scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder? I feel out of my depth before I even started. Still,
We should go to the prison straight away then, and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think?
definitely.
Oh yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper.
Oh, with Lord Van Zieks? How?
All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And next month, the largest and most important of them will all take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium.
It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it?
Exactly! London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Well, sadly, criminal in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. So it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible.
Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it?
Exactly! The future of policing. Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to an adaptation of forensic methods.
Oh dear, that's alarming.
Exactly! It's extremely alarming. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure. In the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim.
Sorry?
By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail every one now.
Apology or punishment?
Oh, how fascinating.
It all began 15 years ago. I was...
Oh, we're not gonna get to hear any of these, are we? I'm sorry, Iris. I don't think we're gonna get to go to the Great Exhibition today.
And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission.
Oh, right. Yes. That's wonderful.
Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be.
She doesn't seem interested at all. Iris isn't paying attention at all. Just got her nose in another book now.
Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Alright, let's get out of here. Time to go to prison. To visit. Dang, can't believe y'all missed the Great Exhibition because of this man. Yeah, see, now we gotta go to prison and talk to this nerd over here. She got all dressed up for it too, and I don't think we're gonna get to go there. We're in cell 11. That's this one.
Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look.
What's his name again? Professor Albert Harebrayne, was it? Excuse me, Professor Harebrayne?
Who are you?
I'm Nosuke Naruhodo. I'm defense lawyer.
A lawyer?
Was it something I said?
A lawyer, you say? Would you be about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis?
Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't...
Yesterday's demonstration! That demonstration was... That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity.
Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while too. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday.
The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Ah! Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure. But at the same time, it was a great success.
You've lost me.
I saw it with my own eyes, right there in front of me. Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed into the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However...
The machine exploded and Mr. Osmond, in fact, perished.
Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure.
So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Osmond was an accident, correct? Now we know what not to do next time. Well, exactly! See, that's why the experiment is a success. You know how not to molecularly disassemble someone and transport them across the street to a tower with a beam. So next time, surely you'll get it right. Okay, who was the victim again? His name was like really... I was trying to figure out his pun. Yeah, Hairbrain is like the obvious pun. Odie Asman. Odie Asman. This one I was like getting hung up on here. Because I was like trying to figure out what kind of name this was supposed to be. I can't figure out what the pun is there.
But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
I don't think it's really suspicion. He announced he was going to shoot someone with a beam of light, and he did, and then they died, and there's like 1,000 witnesses below. Good luck with this.
I was responsible for a man's death. That is the immutable truth here. And see, he's not even denying it. And for that, I wish to be punished at once. But murder? Never in a million years. It was an accident. Simply an accident.
I see.
Odie and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder.
Well, how exactly? I mean, that makes sense, you know. Accidents are accidents, murder is intentional.
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds?
Yes, it's newly established here in Britain, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
That one passed me by.
What if the case is treated as murder? Well, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to port over it as much as they like. Oh, if they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. Oh, the machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative that this whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial.
Oh, I see now. Old ass man. You know what? I'll take that one, sure. Why not? I feel like that's probably not what they were going for with that name, but sure. Considering... Okay, hang on here. How old was he, though? Was he that old? Alright, 47. Sure.
Except, wait, isn't he younger? Oh no, he's 53. I thought he was like in his early 40s for some reason, despite how he looks. I was gonna make a joke about that, but apparently not. No, if anyone's old here, it's Strongheart. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday.
Yes, or rather no, the devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion.
Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, were you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So, it must be possible, using sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see. That's my amazing hypothesis.
Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science.
Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in the cell, and the next I could be at the Great Exhibition again.
Well, yes, that would be incredible.
And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Parisian Theatre, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet would be within reach.
But if you're beaming people by light, wouldn't your range be like 5 kilometers? At most? Because anything more than that, and now you have the problem of the Earth is round. I think we're going to have to think of a better method of travel here. Maybe with like wires or something. That might take some time to set up though. So, no more hiding in wardrobes or rocky at seas for 50 days? Something tells me though, we might think of a safer, more efficient means of travel in the meantime while he figures this all out.
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk.
Impossible.
My word, that's exactly right. What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops. That's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the look of it.
Clearly this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. When satellite happens as well, true, you could reflect the people off the satellite and then they would be able to go anywhere they want. That's true. That would actually would fix it. I mean, that's how we use like radio communications now to get over that limit, because yeah, the curvature of the Earth, light goes in a straight line. Anything beyond about 5 kilometers and it's just going to shoot off into space.
Oh, the point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. But he's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Osman. The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, too.
The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? Yeah, who was this guy? He looked pretty fancy. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man?
He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to investigate my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars.
I see. So you hadn't actually really known each other until then.
Only for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel.
Yeah, an angel investor? Is that what we're getting at here? Oh, really?
Archangel even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Osman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. but then your dreams were blown to dust in one enormous explosion.
As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life.
Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. What can we present him? The paper?
How could this have happened?
You must feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower was greatly damaged too.
I know what happened. It must have been that.
That?
The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meet of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins into my pocket. They're still here now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing, that's what this is.
For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Nothing? Okay, I guess we're done here. Unless I'm supposed to be like, yo, you want to be my client? I got my badge back.
Ah, fascinating, yes.
In Japan, where I come from, it's the symbol of a defense lawyer. Wearing it is very bracing, I find.
Your words make some sense to me, but they are totally illogical.
What do you mean?
Well, for example, I find this white laboratory coat for my work very bracing too. However, in my case, there is a perfectly logical reason for that feeling.
Oh, really? What is it?
I purchased the wrong size by mistake. This one is too small for me. Sleeves especially are extremely bracing. I can barely move my wrists.
That's what you call logical, is it?
Of course, it's entirely logical. That's science, Mr. Naruhodo.
Okay, I think we're done here. See you later, Hairbrain. We going back home? Are we gonna have to talk to Iris again? Maybe she has important dialogue. I'm not skipping this opportunity. Getting stuck on this like last time. I'm curious where Asman got the funds. I guarantee it's gonna. Okay, you know how this is gonna go? Asman's gonna turn out to be somehow related to like the conspiracy with the British government versus like Japan that we've been unraveling this entire game and last game. That's where the money's gonna come from. It's gonna be something to do with that. And somehow that collar / belt is gonna tie into it. I could almost use this. You know what? Yeah, sure. She's just gonna tell us to go talk to him again, isn't she?
I'm so excited about the prospect of Naruhodo's Anything Consultancy opening for business again.
That's not what it's called. It's Naruhodo's legal consultancy. I've done a lot of studying these past 6 months, reading law texts and judicial precedents. I'm sure I'm a better lawyer now. Can't wait to start practicing again. Yeah, we already went and got that sorted.
Nothing's changed in here at all, has it? It's as though time has stood still in here since Susie went back to Japan.
Want to keep it ready for Mr. Sato, in case she was able to return to Britain at any point. So I've just left everything the way it was.
Oh, I see. Right. There was me thinking it was because of the way you are, Bruno. You know, never bothering to tidy up, I mean.
Iris, this isn't the time or place we bring up my tidiness. Or lack of it. I like that the what to do barely even tells you what to do. It's great. Anything new with you? I mean, we could examine. Well, what would there even be to examine? It's gonna be the same shit we've seen already. Okay, I presented both things. Was there something here that I didn't look at? Apparently the back still has stuff. A Reaper attacked. It's the kingpins of the criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. This isn't the first time their henchmen have tried to attack Lord Van Zieks as a result, by the sound of it. Makes you think. If that's how the justice system works in London, then there must be dark forces at work. Very helpful in this situation. Do you have any ideas, Duck, where we're supposed to go? Because, like, I mean, the only thing I can think of at this point is that I need to... Should we go present the newspaper to Iris, maybe? Maybe this will proc something with Maelstrom? Oh, okay, good idea. Let's see if that changes anything. I thought did I not present him the paper? Maybe I didn't. That might actually be what I'm missing. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? No, I guess we didn't do this.
The reports of our overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition? Of course!
No, not that. The story on the back page.
What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
Oh, there's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks will not be so easily dispatched, I assure you.
Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know.
Very well. If it interests you.
It does, strangely. There we go. Literally the one thing I forgot to do.
Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter.
But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know?
It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. Ah, but the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes.
Large sums of money?
Deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday.
But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely?
The victim's henchmen certainly seem to think so. There's a man by the name of Asman, Mr. Odi Asman.
Did you say Asman? Wait, what? But he just died today, or yesterday.
That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization.
Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart?
Try me.
Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside of the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here.
I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside of the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him.
But that doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand?
Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course.
The justice system investigated themselves and found no wrongdoing.
Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues must be starting to fidget.
I wonder how that happened. It could have been the giant explanation about all your proof about how important forensic science was or anything. 11 hours late, that's quite something.
Well, that meeting already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. But time stops for no man.
I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh, yes. where would I find Lord Van Zeeks now?
I would assume he's at his office.
Right. I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth.
Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands.
Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. You think Strongheart hired a hitman? I mean, I guess he probably would have. I think any reasonably smart person, if they're going around killing a bunch of people, probably is going to hire a third party. Doing it yourself just asks for trouble. Prosecutor's office. Huh. Looks shockingly similar to another prosecutor's office. Multiple, in fact, actually. For many reasons.
Oh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office.
Yes, it appears so.
Oh, it sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere.
Oh, is that... That hooded figure was so still, I hadn't noticed his or her presence. Wonder who it is. Is that where he gets all his wine? He makes and bottles his own wine. No wonder he has so much. Holy shit, he's got like a whole hallway full of barrels.
What are you doing here?
Oh, that wasn't him. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Is that hooded figure possibly his hitman? I bet that person's doing all the killings. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am? So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other?
No punishment is taking place here.
Oh.
That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will.
I didn't know you had an apprentice. Must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper.
He's very able in combat. A requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage.
Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers?
The Reaper? I'd be interested to know what's the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms.
Now you let's talk to him first, and then I'll do an exam. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack.
Two, carried out by henchmen of Odi Asmon's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent, and presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened.
Odi Asmon.
He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means via his criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, did he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was a most unusual cause of death.
I wonder if he had any hand in setting that up. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asmon died when the demonstration on the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion.
Correct. And do you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen to you?
I don't think you need divine powers to make that happen. Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least. I don't think he is. There's so many ways you can cause that experiment to go wrong. I mean, it was bound to fail. Let's make it clear, it was bound to fail regardless. But there are so many ways you can make it go wrong.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runo? I mean, what with you taking on the Professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Hellbrand. Oh, that's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. You're...
What?
I'd understood that Professor Harebrained was from Germany, though. Brain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all. So you were students together? I was in the faculty of law, of course, and he in science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along. Though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you of all people representing him. Ugh, if only I made it out of office alive. He's actually being charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me. By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. If we are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this?
If the Reaper is prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed.
Yeah, keyword if, though. Maybe he's not the Reaper. Maybe he is telling the truth. What's Lord Van Zeek's thinking? You saw something sus with the hooded man? Wait, what did you see? Okay, well, when we go when I examine the room, I'll see if I can take a look. Point out what you saw. What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean... I'm a current prosecutor and a mortal like any other. I'm no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean.
Yeah, I think it's not quite that cut and dry. My theory is that he's technically not the Reaper, but his apprentice friend over here probably is.
Whether or not the trial ended in conviction or an acquittal.
So as I prosecute the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them.
But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all.
What was Ginny? In fact, she's ever so hard-working now.
I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hands of their own kind. It's not my work.
Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true.
As the fact is, since people started calling me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially.
Oh.
It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives.
Do you mean to say...
I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly, and with honor.
But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed.
If that is my fate, let God decide.
Lord Van Zeeks. I don't know, let's see if we can get anything to present to him, because I feel like we don't have anything to present. Gina hardworking? Well, I'm surprised she was out of jail, because like last we saw her at the end of the last game, she was still in prison for... I guess it wasn't that long of a sentence then. Look at that fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles neatly lined up there.
My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes from the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world.
And yet you throw them around in court like they're worthless.
Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh. Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. So, it's my fault? Silly me. How could I ever have thought otherwise? All those poor cup makers and bottlers. Causing him to just toss him into the crowd. And never mind the people he probably hits. Lord Van Zeek's desk. Look, so stylish.
And that's a marble chess set beside it.
Chess. That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? You know, I'm actually quite good at shogi problems.
Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case.
I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime. To a bout of shogi problems. If only if he gets to challenge you to some chess problems, you know, and make it fair.
If you only really want to challenge yourself, you can always do that in your own home.
He got a phonograph? Dude, those things must be like $1 million worth. Considering it's the 1800s, nobody has one of those. How are you even playing anything on those? Records like that shouldn't exist yet. Like, that was still like prototype material. That portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's a very majestic outfit and pose. But sadly, whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zeek's facial features.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think.
Ah, that reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him.
Lavaine, that's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. Oh, then who is it? Doesn't want to admit it? Thinks that he's lying, or is it actually someone else? Maybe it's like his dad or something, I don't know.
Oh look, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground.
That's amazing. Wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person.
Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. Surely it's obvious that I'm using it as an investigative aid. You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved. I really didn't think he'd overhear that. Maybe don't speak it in English next time. You don't want someone to hear something, don't speak it in a language they understand. Alright, obviously the elephant in the room here is these bats. And definitely not the hooded figure.
They were bats! Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect.
But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. It's just not the flying kind. So now he's like Dracula?
You must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then.
I think the familiar idea is more likely. Okay, wow. All this talk about, like, Lord Van Zeek's being, like, racist to, Inosuke over here. Meanwhile, he's coming into his office and just shit-talking literally everything in here about him. Scary, though, either way. Accusing this man of being, like, some mystical being. Insisting that he is and refusing to believe otherwise. Constantly misconstruing, like, every single piece of decor in here. Look at all those ancient casks lining the wall there.
Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Or are they caskets?
You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them dead to you? What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up.
Bruno and I were just musing to ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper.
I wouldn't if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot.
Wait, three-way slide? Where? In here? Oh, you mean, oh yeah, you mean like the fact we get like 3 views. That's how you know it's a big office, when it needs 3 screens. Alright, nothing else here before we click on the most important piece. Look at the armband on it, man, and compare it to your armband. Wait, what? Like on this guy here? And compare it to like the lawyer band that Naruhodo's wearing? Really looks like a punishment to me.
I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead? I think if he was dead, that is like some insane rigor mortis. Right there.
If he was dead, Bruno, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he?
Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's going to talk to us.
He's not dead.
Okay, so you're willing to believe that he's got a bunch of corpses stuffed into barrels in the wall on display, but you refuse to believe this man is dead. It looks similar? Does it? I don't know about that. Maybe the color? At best. I'm not sure I'd agree with it looking similar. It's like, no, not even color. The color, there's a red stripe on his pants maybe. That's like the closest you're gonna get. That's a completely different band. Also, like, Naruhodo wears it like up here near the shoulder, on his upper arm, not his lower arm. Okay, is there anything we can like present or converse with him still? I guess the paper. Lord Van Zeeks, about the article in this paper.
Ah, yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea that I'd been photographed. It was careless of me.
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you and ran away there.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them.
But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it?
As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice.
Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him?
He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Oh, like you are to Hurley then, Bruno?
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective.
He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack.
The band looks Japanese is where I'm going? I don't think, no. I just don't see it. Maybe we'll get a better look at it later, but I'm currently just can't see the comparison. Aside from like the vaguely same like color, if even, no, not even the color. The color of like the fringe, perhaps. That's it. It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask.
On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity.
But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual?
Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions.
I hope you're right. I bet we're gonna face off against this guy in court.
The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collate all the briefs.
Okay, I will say though, the chances of this guy being Kazuma are not 0. I will definitely agree with that, but that's it. Nice to meet you. Back to work again. That was really strange, though. Never met the man before. I didn't even know he existed. And yet, somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Okay, yeah, 100% that's Kazuma. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. But Stronghut has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Oh no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to... Well, he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. He said nothing. Yeah, if it was Kazuma, you would give it away, right? Yeah, exactly. And Kazuma is taller than Naruhodo, so it would check out. I'd be curious how they smuggled him off the boat then. Yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, you know what? No, they unloaded him in Hong Kong. Or was it Shanghai? Wherever. They unloaded him in China and then shipped him all the way across the land over to Britain. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man. Is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. With the stoop, and the mustache, and the jitters. Oh, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Reno.
He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day.
I see.
Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you?
As there's little time left before tomorrow's trial, I advise you to spend it in investigating the case.
Yes, thank you for the advice. And for the conversation. Can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san. After a Nipponese. Not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried.
I never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? Let's turn up for the books.
A mad scientist? Oh, you mean Professor Harebrain? Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about this relationship with Lord Van Zieks, I think. Alright, let's go back to the prison then. The Reaper's varsity years. It's a great question topic. Did it look like the hooded man had a fencing pole? Did he? Yeah, it might have. Like, he turned pretty quickly, but I think there was something on his hilt. I understand Lord Van Zieks is a friend of yours from your university days?
Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science.
What was he like back then?
A good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-around nice fellow. Really.
Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Baroque Van Zieks. What was he like when he was at university?
Talk about a leading question, you know. What I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family, with all its great aristocratic origins. Oh, I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
Little darling?
It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less.
Yes, that's right.
I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation.
Really? What sort of event?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already.
Oh, yes, of course. He's heard all about the Reaper. I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. It's okay. You know, people like surprises. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct?
As correct as 2 squared is 4. I swear it. Yes, it is true that the man perished in a machine of my invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this. But still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life. Not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that, all my life.
I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories. But I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me. Please.
When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything.
Thank you for that, Professor.
And thank you in advance for defending me in tomorrow in court. Alright, Juno. It's time. Time to visit the great exhibition.
Sorry?
Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. The painting was definitely dead. Oh yeah, 100%. The painting was dead. Kazuma's working for Van Zieks, and I'm not sure. I guess that's it. I was thinking there was a third thing, but I guess there wasn't a third thing. Is that a crossbow sitting over there? That's not suspicious. Ugh, Showground's a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times.
There are lots of people here, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times too.
Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. Finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Kazuma maybe the hired hitman that Strongheart hired with all the orders he was given. Yeah, you know what? That's probably it. I bet Strongheart's probably like... Strongheart's probably the one that got all these people killed. Strongheart's definitely suspicious. Like, that is 100%. I like where you're going with this, though. Zeeks is innocent. Maybe unbeknownst to him that Kazuma is the hitman. But he was hired by Strongheart to kill the people who got away, to further strengthen the Reaper title around Van Zieks, and to also help Strongheart's own reputation with, like, you know, getting people properly, gain the justice that's deserved, and stopping crime. Because that seems to be what he wants at the end of the day. The fuck is going on? What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. Sounds like an argument.
Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you. I'll arrest you in a minute. Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it.
Wait, I know those voices.
You've got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners. Just try it, I dare ya. If you want a bag of chips rammed down your throat. Yoo-hoo, Craigsy, what are you doing up there?
And he's gonna change his tune in 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Surely you wouldn't want to upset Iris when with her friend, right?
Your ladyship,
How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship.
Does that make her 3 times a lady?
I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable. I'll go have a word for you once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, Inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be. I'm surprised his reputation hasn't been, like, sullied by his suspension.
Watch it, sunshine.
Sorry.
What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Dear me. What's the situation, is it?
Is it really that troubling?
A measly 5 bob? Is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You can stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Naruto.
Okay, you just pickpocketed and then admitted to doing so in front of a detective. How are you not getting arrested?
Well, hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob.
That's not giving it back then. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket, or diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In a case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago. This is the young girl I was defending in court.
What's your problem, eh, Odo? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do you?
I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? Well, I assume you've been to your usual tricks here at the showground.
That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. Half a year's still a long time. People can change.
Yeah, there's a difference between can and have.
I'm an apprentice now. Learn to be a Scotland Yard detective. You have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now.
Oh, shit. Okay. Never mind. She's got a badge. Surely she didn't pick that off someone. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. Or, you know, stolen.
Inspector Potter isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
Okay, he's not denying the claim, though.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright?
Right, sir.
Alright, cool. I'm down for this. This raises a lot of questions. Look, maybe Naruhodo's not as accepting of this, but I'm certainly okay with it. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina, in connection with the case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder.
I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done.
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective?
You got it. Good in it. Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh?
Talk about a sea change.
But then there's Iris's old man to think about.
Iris's father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him.
Good luck with that. Just a small promise then, nothing serious.
Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how I had to go at the test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I?
Just a small problem, nothing serious.
And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Jeannie and made her a sort of apprentice.
That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
Great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words.
So, long and short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade.
Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Ooh, what do we know? What?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still.
Come on, you're not still on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper or whatever it's called? Cool. You don't have to worry, Oro.
If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left.
It's like I told you before, isn't it? The Reaper's kinda like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't really done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper's more discerning than I thought.
Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, he only kills the people who falsely got acquitted, right? I know, Gina and Natsume probably just were rightfully acquitted. Do you think we will tell Iris about her death, or is another Nick telling Apollo truth? Oh man, I don't think he's gonna pull that again. I like, speaking from this from the outside, I feel like that was something that Takumi was gonna follow up on if he was in charge of Game 5, which he wasn't. And I would not be surprised if he does not do that again. Because that is such a weird thing that Phoenix is holding to his chest. And hopefully, if Takumi is writing Game 7, that he finally spills the beans, because I just cannot see that being a reoccurring thing. If that ends up, if we end this game and she still doesn't know, that would be really stupid. We don't need 2 like series written by the same guy where that's just a reoccurring thing where it's super important information like that's just withheld from the side character for whatever reason, just to keep things innocent. It seems really dumb.
Cool. It was out of this world, it was. The brainy bug pulled a bunch of levers on his machine. Suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. Oh, I've seen a better experiment there yet.
Sorry?
You mean, you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. Boss is in charge here, ain't he? I'll keep everything running smooth, I mean.
The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's gonna take some getting used to.
So all I have to say is I'm on duty. And I can do whatever I want to. Get this. I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above.
Oh shit, she might actually be like the best witness then.
No. You're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too.
Yeah, I feel like you probably should. You'd actually be good at it.
Yeah, do it. You know I would put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start?
No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris.
We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine explodes so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way.
It was? How can it have been? I mean, when you think about it, at the very worst, this man just created like a high-powered laser cannon. Like, the military might be calling him on the phone soon, kind of thing. They'll be sending him a telegram. Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one would call the experiment a success.
Like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and that whopping great bang. But where'd you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there.
What? In the tower?
Huh. You can see for yourself, can't ya? Up there on the scaffold. Oh, well, the glass is broken, you mean?
So he was actually teleported then? He just didn't survive the trip.
Yeah, the cage wall the victim got in to start with really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kind of work, didn't it?
What? I don't believe it. No, this has to be a trick. This world does not have that kind of technology in the future. Reminder that Phoenix was still using a flip phone in 2015 like it was nothing. And that wasn't just because he was poor. Everyone was using them. Maya had a fucking Nokia. And you're telling me there's a man who almost invented a teleportation device at the end of the 19th century? I can't believe it. The whole, like, talking the ghost thing is one thing. But, no.
I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but if it's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what. You can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on. I had 3 ball buff here before, so fair is fair.
No, that's no. No. No, I can't accept it now. Absolutely not. I'm gonna get banned again. I just bought evidence. Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? No! Don't take it! Unless she gives those 3 coins back, we cannot accept this. Oh, we're fucked. This is a trap. We're already screwed. We barely started. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange.
For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
Yes, naughty old Gregson ran off after that without explaining himself. Oh, right, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
Wait, doesn't that mean that they're considering it an accident? I thought, like, if it was murder, that they'd be able to do whatever with the machine, but now they're keeping it secure. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations?
Ah, you're not getting it. We ain't even allowed to investigate neither.
Why?
What did the boss call them again? The Forensic Investigation Team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. It's funny, ain't it?
So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard something like that before. Okay, how much you want to bet that forensics team is some fake team made up by Lord Strongheart to, you know, manipulate the crime scene or something, or do something nefarious? Seems a little quick. He was just talking about how they were going to, you know, tomorrow have a conference about implementing a forensics team, and yet somehow it's already here? This is gone bullshit.
I think I could have began on the quiet there, but the boss caught me at it. I probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't ya? Stop bleeding fair.
I think you were giving him just as much of an earful back as I remember it.
Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. Say something to him, Oil. Go on, see if you can get through to him.
He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is.
We can try, can't we, you know? The Craigsy will listen to us.
Correction, he will listen to you. Well, let's see what's down here before we go up there. Oh, look at that. We get an up view. Why did the experiment need to be on this tower? Good point. I mean, there's probably a reason for that. You're right. At the same time, though, this is the 1800s, and people were very flamboyant when it came to scientific experiments and exhibitions like this. I believe something like that is actually pretty normal and par for the course, and very fitting of the time period. So to answer your question from in-game, good question. To answer your question from an outside perspective, because they could. I've been meaning to ask you for a while now, but what are those funny round blobs floating in the sky?
Oh, they're the flying balloons I've been talking about. I want to go up in one so much.
I've read about situations like this in magazines about strange phenomena.
creatures from outer space coming in round flying objects to attack Earth.
What?
Well, I suppose inhabitants of other planets are bound to be interested in the Great Exhibition.
This is it, Harris. It's happening.
You know, it's funny, like, thinking about how the idea of aliens and stuff existing is like some new phenomenon, but nope, that could have been that was a thing. They had the idea of, like, extraterrestrials even back then.
It's not, don't worry. I'll explain it to you all later over a nice cup of tea, you know. That's where Ove ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever they called it. Dead, of course.
And yet they're calling the experiment a success.
What's the wooden scaffold there for? Well, the coppers, or lads, set that up after the incident happened. We get the body down, I think. Dunno, really.
Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then?
Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for fun stuff.
Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that, or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? It's a trick. It's 100% a trick. Crystal Tower. Certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. Can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan.
There's a lot of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get in through the doors.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw.
And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut.
Suddenly it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower.
Apparently everyone's taken to the skies now to look down at the disaster from above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now.
Londoners must be very patient people. And they don't even have theme parks yet. Well, we could always go ride the escalator. I heard that's a lot of fun.
Oh, looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here.
Dropped or hid. Also, that's not behind the tree. That is clearly in front of the tree. What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded?
Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps.
I bet you, like, the victim ziplined over to the Crystal Tower and just smashed through it or something. Like, look at that cloth on the ground. It's probably part of the zip line.
What's going on there?
Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. Very curious device to be found behind a tree under the experimentation stage at the exhibition grounds. Almost as if it had been hidden there deliberately. Again, does not look hidden at all.
Oh, look! What's this? A ripped piece of cloth?
It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. Looks extremely durable.
It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. And the edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it has something to do with the explosion.
Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn.
Firm piece of canvas-like material backed with rubber that was found under the experimentation stage of the exhibition grounds. Scorch marks are at the edges. This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up.
About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said.
I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan. Then how do you walk?
Oh, yes, sorry. It's about 9 meters.
They don't use those in Japan either. Given the time period. Meters were still very much a France thing. And like a couple other places thing. They had their own measurements over in Japan.
But soon you'll have You have been in London a year, Bruno. It's time you got used to our measurements.
Yeah, your shitty, fucked up, weird-ass measurements that nobody likes. Yes, well, this thing is so tall the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else.
They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed.
There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. Feel like it probably applies here. Yeah, it's like all those people who pay extra for front row seats at a concert. Okay, have fun craning your neck straight up to look at the band. Dumbasses. Okay, we're done talking to you, right? Okay, let's go upstairs. Oh, I don't get the option to go up? Or did I not click on the thing? Oh, I didn't click here. Maybe this will go up. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. Yes, we should. Why did I say that was a crossbow? What else does it look like? That is a mechanical crossbow. You don't see how that... Okay. How does this not look like a crossbow? It's literally a rail designed to shoot something. That's a crossbow. That's exactly what this is. Go look at a picture of a crossbow and tell me how this isn't a crossbow. Oh, there's some sort of lever here. Yeah, definitely not a crossbow. What the... What is this? Looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. Not a crossbow. Nope. Certainly not a crossbow. Game's wrong. Look, I've played enough video games where crossbows are weapons that get folded up so that people can store them. It's not really a thing you do with real crossbows. I don't think it's not that it's impossible, but I've never really seen a crossbow actually fold up like that, but it's very common in fantasy settings. Now can we look at here? Looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. Must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. In fact, I would imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Actually, crossbows aren't as... sometimes they're not as good. I don't think they shoot as far as like a normal drawstring bow. Really had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. Although maybe you can make a crossbow like that, but usually the bolts of a crossbow are a little different. They're heavier. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right. It's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. In fact, if I'd seen one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kyudo archery training. That's it. I think that's it. Might be more later, but definitely not a whole lot to this thing. Now I can examine this. Oh, come on. It was glowing for like a split second. What do you mean it's not? Okay. Looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. Never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Sholmes' methods, you might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really didn't want to get wet. And the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Not impossible, but highly unlikely. Or maybe not. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up?
Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion. When I've seen my fair share.
You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course. Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
Ah, that might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs.
One time, he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off the building. I'd wish you'd been there to see it, Bruno.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
You see a crossbow you disassemble and fit in a relative small briefcase? Yeah, foldable, definitely. I think I know what you're talking about with like the disassembly part for sure. But I don't think I've seen one that like folds. I think you can like fold in the wings, or like where the string is. I think that I've seen, but not one where like the body of the gun part folds back over like that. Look, Inspector Gregson's over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time.
Oh, in your country, Bruno? I do wish I could go and see it. I present a particularly steel samurai with the present of one of Hurley's stories I've written especially. Let's see if I couldn't get Hurley into a jam against some Baritsu Master ninjas.
You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. You need to give it another, like, 115 years or so before anyone cares about that.
Oh, well that's dull.
Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a Chonmage top knot I could introduce you to.
Chonmage? Really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him? Do you?
Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. Yeah, he recovered all right. Unfortunate what happened afterwards. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air.
Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really. But did you need to make, like, the laser part of it actually, you know, that powerful? Like, it's a laser. Lasers don't make blasts. Lasers make small burns at worst. Something like that even possible, though, Iris?
Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know?
A child when it suits you, you mean?
From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here...
Stop! Don't touch that!
That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Gregsy.
Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
So sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Wonderful! That stuff really is wonderful.
It's just like old times, this is. We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene.
Listen, Sunshine. Even up here, I'm not allowed to touch anything. Even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's a blasted special dispensation for scientific equipment act to blame. It's driving me potty.
Oh yeah, that special dispensation. Professor mentioned that too.
More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
Eh?
Surely that's alright, isn't it, Gregsy?
Horse, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno?
She really knows how to get what she wants. Yeah, I'm gonna finish examining before we talk to him again. Seeing how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think.
Touch anything, and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear?
I won't touch a thing, I promise. So, please, spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? Yeah, disassemble, yes. It's the reassembling part that I think we should be questioning.
He asked, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly. The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules.
Oh, look at the base of the machine there.
Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
It's a screwdriver, I think. It's a weird-looking screwdriver.
Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle's in the shape of a capital letter A.
It is? Oh, yeah, you're right.
What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything, and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said.
Yes, I understand. Sorry. Only touched a teeny weeny bit.
Well, Gregsy, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really, very, very curious.
Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this? But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Runo found it first.
I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly.
But I thought you weren't allowed to investigate. He's gone off with it. But he's gone now. That means we can now investigate.
That was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Poor Gregsy. The power she holds over that man. What is that gigantic thing over there? Looks like an enormous water wheel.
Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you can see.
Why?
Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery.
Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still. You need to get your eyes checked, man.
Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete rotation takes about half an hour.
That is an extremely slow Ferris wheel. If you were man enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? That's a different ride.
I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, you know?
An amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the Crystal Tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going.
I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower where they'd be reconstructed in their original form.
Well, I don't like the look of it. If it was as amazing as it looks, the accident wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
I suppose that's true, yes.
But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? So these are people carrying balloons, dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful floating tamari handballs.
I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo, please.
If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared.
Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode.
Yes, call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Oh, you're back. Okay, let's talk. They actually bothered to animate? What? You didn't notice it either? It was pretty obvious from the moment we came up here. There's a lot of stuff that's animated back there. I mean, we're talking like this is an upgrade of the Spirit of Justice engine. So I mean, of course, they're gonna have like background animations. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and then beam him across the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public.
True. It was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind.
To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many specters present, I mean.
The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odds born of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see.
Yes, I suppose that's true, in a way.
So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment.
What sort of rights?
Well, they're making it so any theories that brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. Because the new High-Floating Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it.
Oh, I see now.
The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the Yard. The Forensic Investigation Team it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard.
Forensic Investigation Team.
Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it.
Poor Grexy. He's very head up, isn't he?
Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here?
Oh, you haven't had me at it, Sunshine. It's a Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes. I think Hurley mentioned that recently. With a real twinkle in his eyes, I remember.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Passed especially for this great exhibition it was. All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service, and if it gets rubber stamped, that's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality.
What does that really mean?
Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself.
Thanks for that. Why is he getting dragged into this?
Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's also fun.
What might be fun to you, but remember the Force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine it? Hang science, that's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
You'd soon think all the wise have to spend a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions.
But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point.
Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly.
Sorry?
Thanks to enough our government's broad ideas, if any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant.
Scientists get funding?
Exactly. And that's what they're all after. All these shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it.
Oh, maybe I can see your point.
Apparently Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research.
That's right. Came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants.
Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. Turns like he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zieks.
What's that? What's news to me? But if Van Zieks lands some prosecution, once the accused, the professor's fate is
sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another. Maybe he'll let him off easy since they're best friends.
Blimey! That man's beyond me. Wonder what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Ziggs, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that.
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business going to keep up, I wonder?
The victim in this case, the investor, Mr. Asman, he was another of the Reaper's victims. Or so I heard.
Lord Baroque Van Ziggs is a top-class prosecutor. But even he can't push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win.
Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it?
Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Ziggs initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court.
Although the man himself denies that charge.
Well, we've done a very thorough investigation. The conclusion we've reached is that Lord Van Ziggs is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would.
But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them.
I know that, but I can't explain it. Well, it's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper.
Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Ziggs was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind.
You what?
Said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was?
No clue.
Really?
Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? Right. Are you done here, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Wasn't it about time you were leaving? Or rather, it is about time you were leaving. That lot are here now.
That lot?
The forensic investigation team. They'll be giving me the heave-ho in a minute, too.
Oh dear, poor Gregsy. Here, have another cup of my special blend to cheer you up.
I don't think that's going to change the fact that he's probably going to have to leave. Feel like only Zeeks and Stronghold know of the apprentice? Oh, probably. I mean, if he's like being kept in there under wraps like that. No, yeah, okay, it has to be Kazuma then. Because, like, that would explain why he's kept so secret. Why Strongheart is being coy about, like, why Kazuma came here. Hasn't explained anything. This is all part of it. Him dying was all part of the play. That was intentional. The only part that they maybe didn't count on was Naruhodo sneaking aboard and seeing everything.
That hit the spot. Yep, hits it every time.
Well, at least I've seen the scene with my own eyes. Looks like this is as far as we're going to get with our investigations here, at least.
I've been thinking. Oh, they might know something. Why did he?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper.
About what happened to Lord Van Ziggs, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred here after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Yeah, this is what you need.
What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tuspels. Is this supposed to mean something to me?
You don't know it. It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like.
No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes.
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me. But he told me to keep it a secret from you, you know?
Madame Tuspels. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then...
stranger things have happened, and when they happened, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Is there another victim? Alright, let's go check out this place. Is this like a fortune teller or something? Oh, it's a museum. A wax museum. Interesting scenes you've got here. Certainly not for the faint of heart. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes. But why are the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight.
They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Runo? Shocked?
Wax models? I read about dead bodies in wax once, in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn into wax, apparently. It's called a adipokuri.
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Runo. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipokuri doesn't form readily. What is it now?
I've just remembered something else I read. In another magazine about strange phenomena, there was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
None of the exhibits here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas.
They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them.
Oh.
There's no way anyone can make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all such gruesome scenes that... Wait.
What is it?
Oh. No. Well, I must be seeing things. What's going on behind the curtain? How many scenes we get to see? Oh, okay, it's just like the 3. I thought we were going to do like a full 360. Is this some infamous murder?
Yes, called Jane the Ripper. All her victims were young women.
I knew it. You can tell by the way she's holding that knife. A sure sign of a murderer.
Oh, yes. What's the matter, Runo?
I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore. What the fuck have you been reading for the last 6 months?
Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub.
Really?
Sorry, I don't think it's significant.
Still think it has to be there for a reason. That big heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it.
Oh yes, that's the famous Tuspel's Special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look?
Oh, you tell me there's DLC at our wax museum? Pay more money to be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment.
It was only a suggestion.
These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human.
Or maybe, all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time, all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about.
Ugh, just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. I mean, you could tell me it was like this was all a performance art piece and I would believe it. I've definitely seen that before. Is this an example of Western Tsujikiri?
I don't know what that is.
You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword.
I still don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular.
That sounds like insane, just someone testing their sword on a random person. Like, that's their motive for murder. I was just testing my weapon. I want to make sure it was working.
Could you model it, do you think, Runo? Doing that Tsujigiri thing you mentioned.
Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing its sharpness on a human subject. For now, at least. What is that supposed to mean?
Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder. What is it? Is something wrong?
No, it's just that in Japanese we have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that.
We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder, or just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, you know. That's how wars are started.
I didn't realize stepladders were an international point of contention. But the writer makes an astute point. Wow, okay. Breaking the fourth wall, are we? It's the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue here? Really?
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? Makes my skin crawl to look at.
I know. But look, Runo, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle.
You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either.
Really? Did it?
And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. It might just be the wax condensing, you know. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look. There's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take an exception to you recoiling in such a manner as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick! Could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me.
But Runo has something he needs to ask you.
Ah, a question?
Well, I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are.
Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more of being stationary like that, and my great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax. Oh, thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in so many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
You could know something, it's true, about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For your luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. If my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really. Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. Alright, calling it now. The thing that got inside the teleportation device was a wax model. It wasn't a real person. Wax model got in, real person was already in the tower, got shot with the crossbow. And that's how he died. What? back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit. What is this place? Madame Tuspels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Tuspels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned.
Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions.
That really turns my stomach. Well, that's just one of several legends about the Tuspels family. Whether there's any truth in it, I cannot say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors. A House of Horrors? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition. But people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Well, naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows. So they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Or to use a wax guy to fake the discovered body, then swapped it for the real body from under the device layer. Ooh, that could be it too, yeah. I mean, obviously a wax model now has to be involved. Like, because we've gone here, we now have an idea of where this case is going. Something got swapped for wax. This is going to be kind of similar to that magician case we had. Was it game 5 or 6? Or we had the... it was literally the same thing. We had to figure out how people teleported. It's going to be something like that, except one of these people isn't real. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So... the hideous exhibits in here are...
They're all portrayals of real events that actually took place.
Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Actually, it's already pretty cold in here. This is wax we're talking about.
Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here.
Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes?
Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching those criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare them. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us.
Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes?
My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money!
Wow, at least he's honest. He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors.
As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent. And I have the ravenous Iris to consider.
Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry.
If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo.
What's he threatening to rope me into now? Probably paying rent.
So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murders and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours.
Maybe some other time.
Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril.
Yeah, or next month's rent's gonna be even higher. Back to being a waxwork again. It's just me, or did his final remark there sound a lot like a curse? Let's game 4 with concert. No, not the concert. The other one that was in. It was 5 or 6 with the magicians. No, it was 5 because it was with Trucy. It was that case. One where Trucy got accused of murder.
Pretty sure it's game 5. I bet it's gonna be something similar to that one. We're gonna use a waxwork to simulate someone teleporting.
Well, what is it you'd like me to ask me then?
Actually, it's about Lord Van Zieks.
Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust.
Was it game 6? Okay, maybe it was game 6 then. But yeah, the one where Trucy was on trial. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learned. About Lord Van Zieks, about Professor Harebrained, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zieks such a different person.
I was sure that you'd know, Hurley.
You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before, that something was afoot, and that you'd believe it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly climbed up.
Well, it seems we've reached the unavoidable...
Not quite what I expected from her. Oh, hello. Where did she appear from? And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious?
I hope you are appreciating my museum.
Sorry, have we... Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Ah, not again.
My apologies. I am Esmeralda Tuspels. This is my museum of waxwork.
What, you're the Madame Tuspels?
Bien sûr. So only 26 years young, I might add.
Is that significant somehow?
I'm a madame in name only. It adds a certain je ne sais quoi.
Right.
Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular.
That'll be Mr. Sholmes then.
I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble.
Oh, too late.
She sounds deadly serious.
That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zieks now?
Let's not forget what Hurley said before. But something about being afoot right here in the museum, I mean.
Yes, I know, but...
I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here.
Haven't we got enough on our plate already? She's the killer. Calling it now, she's the killer. At best, she is the accomplice to murder. But I think she's the killer. Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tuspels?
I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh. It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution, as she did. So that was when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeness. All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following the executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness.
That sounds terrifying.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. to carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see.
Ugh, why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying?
Do not fear.
Sorry?
This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope.
It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it.
Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things.
The killer? Nope. Tuss spells. What is the name exactly? What was her first name again? I still can't figure out what that last name's supposed to be. Like, okay, Esmeralda, that's a normal name. That's a, I mean, maybe a little flamboyant, but like perfectly normal first name. Like, is there something with Tuss spells? I guess spells because she's dressed like a witch, but that can't be it. It's not that simple, is it? Is the best they could do? What's the situation with that?
Ah, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal.
Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madame, what these spare arts exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective.
Or words to that effect. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it.
Yes, is a creme de la creme. So, I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms.
Let me guess. Someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment. What the fuck?
Or words to that effect.
Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Esmeralda? Yeah. Makes me wonder what her original Japanese name was. I always forget to look them up. I don't like looking at the wiki, you know, when I'm in the middle of the case for obvious reasons. But I am kind of curious about the Japanese names. I keep meaning to with like a lot of these characters, and I just always forget to get around to it. Seeing what like the original puns were meant to be. Sometimes they're pretty on point. Sometimes it actually turns out that the puns that we use in English are almost like one-to-one with the Japanese names. There's a couple characters like that we had recently. I don't remember who exactly, but they were in, I think, this game. One of the earlier cases. And I looked it up after the fact. It's like, oh, that's like almost the exact same. Like, it sounded really stupid in English, but it was like the exact same. I think it was actually with case 1 of this game. There was a character like that. Where the Japanese pun was localized almost perfectly into English. But I don't remember who it was. I hear that and immediately think Hunchback? What, Tuss spells? Like, are we talking like Hunchback of Notre Dame? I've seen that movie one time. So, and the Kingdom Hearts world didn't really have a whole lot of the characters. I don't remember anything about the plot of that movie or its characters. No Esmeralda? Oh, okay. I mean, sure, I guess. I mean, she's from France. Why not, right? Was there a witch in that movie? I don't know if there was.
Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead.
Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing though, does he?
I would think not, but he was very insistent.
I have a 50-shilling problem that must be resolved by the morning.
Or words to that effect. It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem.
Is the consulting detective work not going so well?
Maybe it's not ever since they made the forensic science team. Why doesn't he just, like, get hired by the police force then? Just looked it up. Apparently her Japanese name is indeed a pun related entirely to waxworks. What is her name in Japanese? Like, just copy paste it in if you can. Yeah, I mean, I obviously don't want to look at the wiki myself because, like, you sometimes have to scroll past a lot of spoilers to get to the bottom of the page. And even so much as, like, the top of the page, like, they'll show on the side being like, they're like, you know, status, guilty, verdict, guilty, not guilty. I mean, she's probably guilty, but that would, you know, ruin a lot of the plot if we knew that. Koneto Rozaiku. Koneto Rozaiku. Maybe, is that like the Japanese word for like wax statue or something? What's the actual Japanese look like? Is it in katakana or in something else? Because I don't recognize that word at all. I wonder, could I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious. Is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? You don't walk into a crime scene, confront the criminal, just be like, hey, you doing any crimes over here? That's not how that works. Yeah, I'm not sure how Tuskspells works for this pun either. Well, okay, what's the wiki say on the English name for Tuskspells then? That's what I'm curious about right now.
Whoever suggested such a thing, Toyo?
Oh, well, it was, your temporary waxworker over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's disappeared. There you are.
Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down?
My dear Madame Tuskspells, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem that we must throw into the melting pot instead. Like, you don't have a person, you don't give a person a giant bubbling cauldron if you don't expect her to get mad on the stand and use that on someone. Like, that is key prime material for some sort of breakdown later on. Says something about the RL creator of a wax museum and the spells part to her witchy appearance. Oh, okay. Yeah, we didn't really have a lot of wax museums around when I was a kid. I think the fad kind of died off by that point. I don't even know if it was really ever a fad in Canada. But yeah, I've never seen a wax museum in my life. I might have seen like maybe a statue or two, perhaps. Not that I would have known that they were wax statues, but I've definitely never been to a wax museum. Or seen one.
Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police.
Why ever not?
She's turned as white as a sheet.
Because you have at your disposal a great detective, whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. No, please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance.
Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we?
Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain?
That is the Tuskspells special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it.
Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder?
Absolutely no. There is nothing amiss behind there.
Nothing amiss, madame? What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond, before the situation worsens.
Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a soupçon.
What's our prize?
Oh? I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tuspel special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is a portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor.
Well then, perhaps, Mr. Sholmes. That man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself.
I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans.
Let me guess, you touched him.
So, allow me to present my two conclusions. But the first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit.
Why would you say that?
And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime.
She looks as pale as candle wax.
I don't understand.
So, Madame Tuspels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work.
Yeah, I figured she was like going to be part of the crime ring or something. You know, the one that got what's his face just died from. Maybe she killed him herself.
To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. Well, the answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some 200 pounds.
That is all my own money.
So, what does this large sum of money reveal?
That you have a successful business?
Not much as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice. Waxwork for sale? Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of 200 pounds.
No!
Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor?
I'm expecting him to just like wake up by the time Sholmes is done with his spiel.
It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds.
I don't think that's really gonna shock him that much. We're talking monetary pounds here, not physical pounds.
It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively.
What are you suggesting?
He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. But when the money was no longer in his hands, and the result, the scene we see before us, he collapsed in shock.
Oh, okay. So she didn't do anything then?
Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that this gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret.
Sold for cash. Alright then. What about the whole crime ring thing?
The question that rises then is, what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You
cannot possibly...
What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief, such as is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. What? Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman, currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. But I thought he was made of wax.
What are you talking about?
The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards.
What?
Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were waxwork.
But you...
Reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag.
Yeah, so that means he is a waxwork, right?
For weapons? A tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200.
Wait, what? But I thought she sold the murderer from the other scene for £200. You saying that guy's the murderer?
This sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madame?
I do not...
Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak.
John Clay as opposed to Max Waxington. Okay, Max Waxington's a great name. Maybe a little on the nose. I really like it though. That should definitely be a name to use.
The old man must be reunited with his grave in a special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes's great deduction of this horrifying puzzle.
I don't even know where to begin with this one.
I see I've stunned you all into silence.
You have, Hurley. You have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot.
If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow.
According to your deduction then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it?
The killer policeman, Ottermole.
Sorry?
It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the aether.
And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermole.
So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be?
Indeed. It is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well.
But is £200 a lot of money for a wax model?
It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things into perspective.
So, it is quite a lot then.
Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down.
That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous.
Smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call you on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions.
Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tuspels vents her anger.
Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. And what job is that exactly? Getting humiliated by some guy from Japan? Is she paying for his services or paying for the entertainment? To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. Well, the answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some £200.
That is all my own money.
So, what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by that public notice. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true.
But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for £200.
Actually, that's not true. We do have proof of that. Oh?
She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
For that much money, I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway. I wonder if the £200 could have some other significance.
Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it.
Note on the wall. Okay.
What's that note doing pinned on the wall there?
Oh yeah, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is £200.
What? Someone kidnapped a wax model?
Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October.
What?
It's just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone's kidnapped.
Yes, it's a ransom notice.
Exactly. A ransom note for a wax. Great. Wait, what does the sign say on the right? Oh, I thought it said something else. Like, it just says don't touch the statues or something. Waxwork for sale. Would anyone really buy models of mass murderers?
I think I'd rather have £200 in my pocket.
Exactly. You could buy one of those brand new types of steam carriage. That's what I'd spend on if I had it, no question. Wait, didn't, like, Iris just finish saying how she wouldn't sell her wax models for anything? I guess she wouldn't be making wax models of murderers.
Oh, I'd buy all the herbs in the world.
There must be another explanation for the money. Need to keep looking. Seems this well-dressed gentleman is alive after all. Just not alive and kicking. And he's not waxwork or a model of a mass murderer.
I'm not sure I'd pay £200 for him.
I don't think the man's up for sale.
Well, anyway, it was a silly place to put him. Other museum visitors could easily trip.
I don't think the man was put there on purpose either.
Take that!
Given the quality of her wax statues. Yeah, but like Iris was like, no, I would never. She puts all her heart and soul into them. Why would I sell them? Statements of the £200 is revealed by that ransom note.
Quite so,
And we must congratulate these criminals on their incentiveness, abducting a waxwork. £200 is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it.
the model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have.
In summary then, the £200 you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It's probably the person she was going to give the money to. It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock. Cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is?
We could just ask him when he comes around.
I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris.
Oh, yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard, we mustn't let him down.
Well, there's little to doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tussbells trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. What the fuck? Hey, you know, just casually having a handbag here in a very weird color and position.
This is just Madame Tussbells' right hand, isn't it?
Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all.
Oh, but wait a minute. Well, this is a left hand as well. Look.
Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please.
And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard.
You mean it's made of wax? I mean, that's certainly one way to backhand someone. Is there anything else to click on here? The hell is she like carry on her side? Are those aren't daggers, are they? Over here? I can't get a good look at them. Oh, that's literally the only thing. Oh no, her hair is apparently an object we can click on. And then Tussbells has very long hair, doesn't she?
Yes, but you couldn't tell looking at her on the front.
You know, it looks rather like a whip, don't you think? With a sort of whip that could have floored the gentleman with a single crack. I think you're thinking of a different person. Also, that's usually something associated with genies, not witches.
That seems a little far-fetched even for you, you know.
Take that!
What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand.
Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow.
Oh, could you?
The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that, in fact, it is a left hand.
And somewhat masculine as well. Or in other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model.
How do you know it's not a real hand that's just dead?
Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome, as they meddle with the exhibits and cause damage.
So you mean that arm...
Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try and remove it as a souvenir.
No small keepsake.
like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms.
I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson.
You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back.
And the result? The scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion.
You think it's just tools for access? I mean, probably. They probably are knives, though. But, you know, she's kind of suspicious. I feel like even if they are knives for waxworking, it's probably not the only thing she's using them for. Just saying.
Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped.
I mean, one could argue taking back a kidnapping victim is a form of monetary exchange. A sale, if you will. Paying a ransom.
The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment.
You cannot possibly...
What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief.
According to Mr. Sholmes, yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway.
A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard.
That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, it's hardly the first time.
Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course.
Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Yeah, see, she's selling her statues. Or maybe she's just selling her work to make private statues. Interesting. Secret scarf sign to warn other agents of ongoing crime.
I know. It sounds so thrilling, doesn't it? Maybe I'll try to work into next month's installment.
But then the police's secret will be revealed to all of London's 6 million inhabitants.
Well, they'll just have to come up with a new sign, I suppose.
I mean, it's also part of a story. Would people really believe it's real? How does this 10-year-old manage to have such terrifying influence? Helps when you're a famous writer, I guess. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be.
Huh, well, that settles it, that then.
Right, this isn't a real person at all.
Wasn't her arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down?
His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub.
No such boneless human walks the earth. Of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model.
I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes.
He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man.
Naturally, what other explanation could there be?
And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it?
Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact, as if he were a waxwork.
You're telling me he isn't then? Because like if Sholmes is wrong about all this stuff, then the opposite has to be true.
But you're...
Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag.
Killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known?
It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price though. Threepence isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrett's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? Waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around and see if another idea crops up.
£3. It's a far cry from the £200, isn't it?
For threepence, you could buy it and put it on display in your room, you know?
I think I'd rather not go to sleep being watched by an old man, if it's all the same to you. I mean, it looks like he's sleeping himself. You have a sleeping partner. Does it come with a chair?
This price tag does stand out, doesn't it? I mean, you couldn't even buy the helmet on his head for that much money, I don't think.
Wonder what the price tag's really for then. I'm guessing it's the scarf. Look at this! Yo, man's tapping his foot like crazy. Impressive waxworks they got here. I didn't realize they were clockwork.
He seems to be fast asleep though.
He's not tapping his foot consciously then? So you mean...
What must be a twitch?
Oh, never mind that. The point is waxworks don't tap their feet.
What twitch?
Look at his arm too. We've seen a scarf like that somewhere else around here, haven't we?
I think that's it.
Take that!
The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is waxworks is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. A slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Taspels?
Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep.
But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you have observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway.
Of course, because as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective.
So, it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. So how is a waxwork kidnapping gonna tie into some guy getting supposedly teleported into a tower?
All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe.
It was a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted.
Yes, tragically, it was.
Then I would ask you to recount us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork, in as much detail as possible, if you please.
Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work.
The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish.
Wasn't he the one that asked for this? It's a similar body type. Oh, it could be. Yeah, we don't know what the killer looks like, right? Wait, what if it's just actually just a wax statue of the guy who died? Like, straight up. You know what? We don't even know. We haven't seen the body yet. What if the body that the police found is the wax model, and the body of the and the actual guy is like still at large, and he didn't die? I mean, don't ask how the police aren't noticing it's a wax model. This is Phoenix, right? We don't think about such things here. But what if it was? Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please.
It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that the waxwork was missing from the special exhibit there. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place.
The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then.
The So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. It's a killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor.
Not a name I've heard of.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry?
The Professor case happened around the time I was born, didn't it?
Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital.
10 years ago?
Yes, at exactly the time that Baruch Van Zieks graduated from university, in fact.
What? Surely he's not saying... It's him, isn't it? Our defendant is the killer. That's what's going on here. He really is guilty. But if he's like, then why do they need the wax statue? I'd see it here. I was thinking it was the victim that they would need him for. That would be like cut and dry. It's so obvious what we need for. Why do we need a wax statue of our defendant?
So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life.
As you've surmised, it was the Professor case.
Who was the Professor then?
I mean, what other Professor could it be?
It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death.
Was he now?
And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy.
Unless it's someone impersonating him. They just wanted to steal the wax to get his clothes. And maybe like his wig or something. And now they're just walking around impersonating him. And that wasn't actually the Professor.
Though of course he happens to be absent on present on account of the abduction.
But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks?
You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the Professor earned such infamy.
He killed his father.
It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, Hurley?
Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwaves through the country's administration.
Members of the... Wait, of course. What Professor Harebrained said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood.
Oh gosh.
It was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Clint Van Zieks.
No. I don't believe it. Van Zieks? Maybe that was his brother then that's in the painting?
I'm sure you can piece it together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, young Baruch pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today.
I had no idea Lord Van Zieks had such a tragic past.
Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit.
I am afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well.
Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Okay. I mean, maybe she's not involved. I don't know. It's way too early to say that. I wasn't expecting the statue to possibly be of the person we're probably defending, though. That was definitely a surprise. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Oh. I see.
It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Baruch.
It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places.
I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. still can't believe it could happen.
Tomorrow, the court will decide.
Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it.
I must warn you.
Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Look, are you really... What? Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart.
My friend is on trial.
I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else. Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Burak.
Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court.
Wait, does he want him to be found guilty then? I'm confused. If he's the prosecutor and his friend is on trial, wouldn't he want to leave it to someone less competent in hopes that he's found innocent more easily? So what's he plan to do here? This is a very confusing situation to be in. Oh shit. I don't know what's going on here. I thought I had this kind of figured out. I'm not sure I do anymore. Especially like this subplot between the two. Like, I was thinking like, okay, the professor's clearly our defendant. He's probably dead. This is an impersonator. Could he still be an impersonator and Van Zieks is just caught off guard and doesn't realize it's not him? Or does that mean it's someone else then? Why was the statue stolen? Statue was obviously stolen because of the way they looked. Like, why do you steal a wax statue of someone? That's hyper-realistic. It has to be because of their looks or something that they have on them. I was thinking it was like the costume, maybe. Maybe they stole it for the clothes. Seems unlikely now. It's probably some other reason. The teleportation trick, I think, could still stand. We might still be doing something with that. But now I'm not really sure, like, the relationship between all the characters is now what I'm questioning. And I'm curious to see where that goes. The victim is definitely the guy who stepped in. Oh, for sure. But I'm thinking, like, the person who stepped in and, like, how they... Like, my original thought was, like, okay, well, he stepped in there, but they found the body in the tower. Probably then, in that case, it's the wax statue. It's somewhere along the line. But if the statue is of someone called the Professor, that makes me think it's the guy we're defending. But I guess there's a chance that the other guy who died, maybe he also had the moniker of Professor? But I mean, then Sholmes was saying that, like, they executed the guy, like, years ago, so there shouldn't be any way that he's alive, right? Probably. I'm gonna believe the whole he's definitely dead. The original Professor is definitely dead, but someone is probably impersonating him or wanted him for something. I think the idea that the Professor and our defendant being related might be a bit of a red herring. Like, it's the easy assumption to be like, oh, well, we're defending a Professor, it's got to be him. It's probably a little more to that. I don't think it's that straightforward. It could be, but I think that thinking that is the wrong path of thought here. Yeah, if the Professor faked their death, like, then obviously he's probably still walking around, and then at that point it definitely is. Like, the way I could definitely see us going is, like, you know, we're so adamant on, like, oh, let's get our, you know, defendants not guilty. You know what this could be? Is Van Zieks thinks we are going to find out who the real identity of the person we're defending is, and then let them become guilty. That's why Van Zieks wants to be the prosecutor, because he is going to do everything in his power to somehow make sure that doesn't happen. I know it sounds weird, because he's the prosecutor, and him finding the defendant not guilty would be kind of odd. I think he's probably going to try and do that, which might be used as a way to show that he's probably not the Reaper, but then the actual Reaper is going to reveal themselves and like come out and try and kill him because, you know, they want justice done to this murder. I don't know. Maybe that's a bit complicated at the moment given the information we know, but I feel like something's going to come to a head here, and I don't think this trial is going to end in quite the way we normally expect it would, because there's been a lot of talk now about like, oh, you know, him finding the Reaper, doing justice, and how we've always been making sure everyone's not guilty. So I feel like the tables are going to turn a little bit, just a little, in this upcoming trial. Interesting setup here, though. I cannot wait to see where this is going. Also, it's called The Return of the Great Departed Soul. If Kazuma does not do a face reveal by the end of this case, I'm going to be very shocked. Like, what else could this be referring to? The Professor? I don't know, that seems a little boring if you ask me. It's got to be Kazuma. I'm guessing we're going to get a face reveal from Kazuma sometime soon. In the meantime, though, trial will be next time. We'll start first bit of trial next stream. Can't wait to see what kind of case we're getting ourselves into. As for the last case, it was pretty good. I did enjoy the previous case quite a bit. I think the way we went about accusing Shamspear was a little awkward, considering that we did it without evidence. Although that seems to be a little bit of a running thing. Not evidence so much as like we didn't have any motive, but we were like super confident that he was the killer. Which, yeah, okay, from an outside perspective as the player, sure, I was thinking that too. But I'm thinking like from, you know, in story, you know, the Watsonian perspective, it was a little weird that he was like so adamant on it. It's definitely a far cry from Phoenix Wright, who's like, no, this person's the killer. Here's all the evidence that like supports this theory. Whereas like Naruhodo's like, no, this guy's totally killer. Trust me. Definitely guilty. And then later on, it just happens that like evidence comes out that helps support that theory afterwards. Like, it felt a little awkward. I think if some of those events were like swapped around, it would be perfectly fine. I like the rest of it though. It was a fun case. Kind of wish we got to, you know, see a recreation of him, you know, deep throwing that gas pipe, but can't have everything. Like the plot, the logic, everything worked out, but I think if we just if things were revealed in a slightly different order, it wouldn't have felt so awkward. Hopefully this one's not like that. Unless, you know, it turns out that Naruhodo's character is just accusing people before evidence and then, like, happening to stumble across the evidence to support him later. But I feel like that'd be a bit cheap, if you ask me. Anyways, that'll be it for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow with some Mario. We'll play some more B33. And then, of course, Minecraft after that. And then we will continue this next Tuesday with, well, I don't know. It could be the first day. It could be the only day of trial. Some amount of the trial portion of this case. So, thanks for watching tonight. I hope everyone enjoyed. And I will see you next time.